morning, everybody. How are y'all doing? Come on in, grab your coffee. I've got mine. I'm trying to get myself awake today, y'all. It's kind of a slow roll kind of morning. Welcome in. We are on day 8. Day 8. The banner's correct. Oh, my dog is annoying. The banner's correct today. I think I've got it all together today, guys. We're gonna get underway here. Get it pulled up and get it going. Get it all readied up. How are y'all doing? Welcome in, Forrest. Thanks for being here. As always, Mora's dog mom, good morning. How are you? I guess y'all can hear me and see me in the chat. I did hit go live this morning, Forrest, so you should be able to hear me. Y'all give me the thumbs up and let me know. Oh, my YouTube went nuts for a second. Okay. I'm getting this to the beginning, getting it all set up here. That looks like it's ready. Okay, again, day 8, guys. We are here for that. Let me finish getting my stuff together here. I don't know how long they'll go today. Okay, good. Sound is good. Thank you, Forrest. We don't know how long they'll be today, guys. And I do have a show planned for tonight. It's important to me. I hope it is to everybody else. So I'll be back tonight. Probably my goal is to be back by 7 because it might be a minute. So that's the plan for tonight. If y'all can join us for that later, I'll go into a little more detail about that later. Okay, let's get this pulled up and we'll get going. And anybody who comes in later can catch the beginning, back on the replay. Good morning, Faye. How are you? All right, guys, I'm sure there'll be more, wild testimony today that we could do without, but it is what it is. We know that. So we're going to get started here with day 8. I got to get a new sheet of paper out to get my notes going for today. And I'm going to mute out as usual when we get going. All right. All right, y'all ready? All right, here we go. And I'll mute out and I'll see you guys in chat. I better check that volume.
Your Honor, the matter for the approval of the court today, we have Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, counsel.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. Before we bring the jury in, let me talk to everybody just a little bit about this morning's proceedings. All right, counsel.
All right, we're starting out the day with the council meeting at the sidebar. Thank God we don't have that OnlyFans thing to look at. That for someone like me, that was super annoying. I can't even stare at this fan at my own house. Y'all, they had that Turtle Boy live last night, and I didn't even get to watch all of it. I had a important phone call come in, and then I went back, and I think the live was ending, and then something popped off that I was like, oh, I have to review this, so I went and did that. So I got to finish catching up on that show. I don't know how it went and ended, because like I said, I had a phone call in the middle. How long am I going to be doing this? Oh, wow.
shall be heard. By the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you. Same rule.
Come on, man. Stop right here, raise your right hand for the flag.
Good morning. Ms. Owens said that the testimony in the evidence she shall give to the court and the jury.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, Commonwealth, could I see Counsel just over here for a second? Just for
What now? What in the world? They get her down as soon as they got her up? Like, did she even testify? Jeez. What's going on here? Can we read lips? What's that prosecutor saying?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Had they not brought the jury in when they brought the first witness in? What's going on? Did I get it all? Okay, hang on. There we go. I had it messed up. Sorry, guys. I'm still trying to get myself awake this morning, too. Okay. Faye, stay on that couch and stay in the house. Do what we tell you. Stay in the air conditioner and drink fluids and rest. That heat'll get you, won't it? It's bad.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley, Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts, 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois, 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, and 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests such as toxicology.
Now I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
Okay. If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape, all right? I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy, and I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions, and you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there, just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck, and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about half an inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. A 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is half an inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by a 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. If you could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top button.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior or back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, doctor.
First, the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph. And then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead. And that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
So it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and the carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes, most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And it was a 3-day hospital stay. I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Patrick Clancy as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly? Short break at this time. A couple of minutes, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the door, folks. Place them on chairs.
All right, this court will be in recess.
Sorry, guys. And as I come back through the back door to make my way to the computer, my front door opened and a bunch of people came in. My kid returned with extra kids. Okay, they had orientation at the school this morning for their teacher visits. Anyway, they just came in from that. So they're at a morning break, guys. We can fast forward. Sorry, guys. Whoa. And as I keep my phone volume's up and I keep forgetting to turn it back down. What are y'all saying here? Yeah. Simi, I saw that he had that show popping off, and I think I got my notification on. I'll check it out later. But we will be doing a live tonight. Heads up for my mods. We got something to talk about. We got a little something to talk about. I'm going to try to we're going to help spread correct factual information versus we might have made it up. Chris Whitcomb, you keep making stuff up for your little book. And I told y'all the media tour was going to ramp up, and it did. And I'll explain later.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe that his live will be happening while we're still live, but I'll catch it on the replay in between tonight's show. Always curious of his take, and I haven't watched his show in a while. So, Simi, if you would like, you could drop that link in chat, guys. My mod Simi is also a mod for his channel as well. So I know she was doing double duty today. So I always appreciate her doing that because she's really good at bopping back and forth. But Simi, you can drop that link if you'd like.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
Good morning. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rochert, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long did you work there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself, or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or a well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that, to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time would move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objections?
By agreement.
They may be admitted.
Thank you. If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes, so since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that, when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at. Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you. You just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian.
Especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms and communicating with about what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible. It's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all 3 of them, right?
All 3.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature. Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck, and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you, that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay. Latasha Dukes, nothing about her?
No.
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
No, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep, or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Mental institution.
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Susan Freon.
step, please.
Morning.
Morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Fraone, Susan Fraone,
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts,
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool, daycare.
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or is that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him.
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
All right, before I continue, I just want to share something, okay? Because I hope I want to make sure we, keep the confusion out, because I've seen it across the board. Before the trial started, people were like, "Why don't you just take a plea deal?" All these things. This trial is not about is she going to be innocent or guilty, right? It's not. She's on trial for the 3 counts of first-degree murder and the strangulation, as we all know. Under the Massachusetts law, the primary legal determination the jury must make is whether Clancy is criminally responsible for the killings, or should she be found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, right? The prosecution says she's faking every single bit of this, including all the meds, all the doctor shopping they're accusing her of doing. And her defense is saying, not so fast. She was not mentally culpable at the time, right? So this is not about she's going to be found guilty and walk out like Casey Anthony. That's not going to happen here. So I just want to kind of clarify that for everybody. And if you're joining the show, we're not sitting here clapping for Lindsay and applauding for a not guilty verdict. I'm certainly not. Because even though I experienced all these meds, 90% of them, and I know how messed up it can make you feel, I don't know how you get to hurting the kids, right? Because I never experienced any of that. But that doesn't mean I'm not open to trying to figure out what happened. And I know that the drug cocktail was causing a lot. And for any of y'all who are wondering, there is a major lawsuit against this nation's top mental health hospital who treated Lindsay Clancy. There is a huge lawsuit filed against them. Two, one by Lindsay and one by her ex-husband. We went over the document here. We didn't cover Patrick's. It was a 20-page document. Lindsay's was big. What is it, 700 something pages? So we went over most of that here, pre-gaming for the trial, right? So that all that's in the playlist. Y'all can go back and review the shows we did, the primers I did to get ready for trial, and then we also reviewed the lawsuit. But I'm still walking into this with an open mind, right? And I'm trying to take in the evidence that they're talking about. And so far, prosecution's coming up short, in my opinion. But I just wanted to let everybody know why we're actually at this trial, right? Yeah, I don't want her to walk free. There's no doubt in my mind she's not. No, we don't need that. This woman needs serious help if the defense is right. Okay. So just even though it may appear we're defending Lindsay, we're defending. This is about the healthcare industry, guys, is on trial here, and I am ready to get through all this about the kids and get on to the damn doctors who are actually prescribing the meds. I want to hear from them, but are we going to hear from all of them with this lawsuit pending? We'll see. I think Reddington will march their ass right into court. What do y'all think? All right, I'll mute out. I wanted to give y'all a little rundown there, okay?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times, but then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
In Florida, you can be found guilty by reason of insanity, and you will go to the Florida State Mental Health Hospital, and you will go before a review board every 6 months, dragging the families along with them to determine if this person is still unstable. When they become fine, they get out of the mental hospital and they go to prison. There's a big case we're following here locally. Brandon ate a lot. His aunt, he murdered his mother on Christmas Eve. His aunt has to go through bullshit every 6 months with Florida because Brandon was found mentally incompetent. And he sits in the Florida State Mental Health Hospital right now. Good morning, hippie. Welcome in.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross?
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop-off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asks you with their difficult drop-offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or they cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either, I don't know, but
Times.
so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion, I guess, that Dawson
Yes.
would cry?
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You sit down, thank you.
Commonwealth would call Susan Bertolo as its next witness, please.
Watch your step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right? And keep your voice up so we can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, like toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the Sunflower group.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the Sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15. And then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, excuse me, your role with the kids in the Sunflower room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes, so the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the Sunflower room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple, went over to the Sweet Pea room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the Sunflower room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay, so fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with the number of kids in the class.
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who used to drop her off?
Both parents dropped off, Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns, so we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email, or typically our class dojo, which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know or do you recall who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you? that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it, so we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch, and if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child, and that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you?
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the sweet pea room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay, and that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly, and I just was letting her know, and she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day?
Yep.
Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was, that she said something about her mom being in the hospital?
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember that it was said.
But fair to say it was closer in time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year?
Yes.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May sit down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up pull that down a little bit for you. That's it. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams?
And Williams, that's just common spelling.
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher
And where do you work?
at Learning Sprouts Children's Center
And where is that located?
in Duxbury.
And how long have you worked for Learning Sprouts?
About 6.5 years.
What age group do you teach?
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name?
Yes.
And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Sweet Pea room then?
Yes,
And how many people teachers would be in the Sweet Pea room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Sweet Pea room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5 year olds, that would only be there in your Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
In the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Sweet Pea room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack, and then if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally, the afternoon kids in the Sweet Pea room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yes, that's when we close at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sprouts when she was 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5,
Yes.
she would come at 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the sunflower room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the sunflower
Yes.
room? Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she, when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well, if she just felt...
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon. And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does the parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not the building?
Because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson and we'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
And when she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I
And
would.
as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Thank you.
Watch your step.
Commonwealth calls Andrea Hennigan.
Good morning. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk, please? This way, please. Watch your step, please. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hennigan, ANDREAHENNIGAN.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital,
And do you work at any specific department there?
labor and delivery,
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
And as part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards, in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And if these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them to somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022, so after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Ms. Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and 2 other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetric social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups, and I asked that woman, could you share those names, and I sent them to Lindsay.
Okay. Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety, was my understanding.
And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in, and we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a Happy New Year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, hi, I've been thinking of you, wondering if you're still in the daily program, I believe I said, so maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult. Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking, so I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone, it was that same kind of hopeful tone?
Yes, as far as I remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
So even during the, let's say, the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have a positive outlook on her health.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school, all the way up through.
Yes.
Till she finally had the baby, the last baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay it was more of a calling, that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart, and mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
Thank you. And during the period of time in the fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes, she talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
I'm glad he's doing this line of questioning, because remember, the defense or the prosecution's trying to establish Lindsay's faking everything, and they're honing in on her work as a labor and delivery nurse, right? And Reddington's going to point out how she's just a really good nurse who cared, but the prosecution, and I could see the angle. No, she would have known about all this postpartum type stuff and would have known, problems with meds. That's how she was aware. And I've honed in on that early. That's why I threw the red flag. If y'all were wondering what does that mean, Salty? Not a red flag like, oh my God, but I'm watching for those key things, right? To help me determine, was this lady really faking? So far I'm leaning toward no, she wasn't, right? But that's why I threw that flag there, guys.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
And when she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon? Or
the night shift.
Night shift. Mm-hmm. So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on, something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time I met her as a young woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was, now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
In other words, she didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please step
Thank
down.
you.
Commonwealth calls Bethany DeCalvis.
Good morning, ma'am. Stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court, which I may right now, give to the common law, and the truth shall be the truth, the whole truth. Okay, and you may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel?
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Bethany DeColibus, BETHANY DECOLLIBUS.
And your date of birth?
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been licensed for close to 12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends, met as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior? Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and that, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realized that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that.
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that, or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct?
Yes.
But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
Do you recall saying previously that she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
It was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers, and I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
And during this conversation at dinner, did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
No.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
She mentioned feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
Did you have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
And she was able to engage with you and the other parents there, engage with her children and the other children, correct?
She was.
And do you recall stating previously that at the party she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11. Have you look at page 11 and bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12. Does that refresh your memory as to a conversation you had with the police back in 2023 where you said that she seemed fine at the party?
Sure, yeah.
I have no other questions, thank you.
Mr. Bennington.
So, morning.
Morning.
Fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively things like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired.
Yes.
Said that she was anxious.
Yes.
Told you that at one point towards the end time frame into January that she felt like a zombie. Correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you, is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids, did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
and you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices, or drooling, or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was a type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms.
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers.
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about, over this period of time, that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat that?
No, it's a bad question. Never mind. It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her. You'd been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's a way of keeping in touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
But also, on occasion, you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber, and she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you, my mom knows everything, and she's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it, as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was in that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie, is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Counsel, why don't we take a brief recess at this time? So we're going to take the morning recess at this point.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, notebooks. Chair.
All right, it looks like they had their morning break and that's over and they're back. Guys, I'm still here with you. I was multitasking and preparing for tonight's show at the same time. This testimony is interesting, isn't it, guys? I'm sorry I haven't been like looking down at the chat either because I was jotting down some stuff while I was listening. I got my headset on listening. Interesting testimony, right? Because the prosecutor wants everybody to understand Lindsay was in a good headspace. She was clear-minded. She could articulate and talk and understand the conversations and didn't appear to be a wackadoodle, right? That's what are you doing, prosecution? You're I'm just going to leave it there with that. But I like the way the defense comes back, right, and points out a lot of things that needed to be pointed out. You can totally talk to somebody and still have chaos in your mind, right? All right. So, again, thank y'all all for coming in and hanging out. Let me see what y'all are saying for a minute here. Let's get caught up. How y'all doing? All right. Let's see. Yeah, Simi thinks it helps point out stuff for the defense. I agree. Forrest, I agree too with your comment as well. Moore's mom dog, you feel the same way. What's the jury feeling, right, guys? And we're all going in here trying to keep an open mind like a juror, and we see what the jurists are seeing. So I wonder what their headspace is like right now, right? So, all right, we'll get back at it. Y'all go touch grass when you need to, step away when you need to. Hopefully we'll be through some of this, and get through. They're getting at her friends now. So are we getting closer to the doctors that we want to hear from? All right, let me get the button back on to play, and I'm going to mute out.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everyone, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Amy Bevins.
You stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant actually be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Bless you.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree spray.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS,
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in early intervention for young children with autism.
If you could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little forward to the mic. How long have you been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
And after that?
All the way up through middle school and high school as well.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you keep in touch?
Through texts, phone calls. We visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit home, we would stay in touch. I traveled to Boston not very frequently, but I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you also have a group text with other friends from Connecticut that you both grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
And how often would you text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty a calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Ms. Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk to you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time, after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut?
Y'all wonder why she keeps bringing up Lindsay's rate of speech? Because she's going to try to point out she wasn't bipolar and she wasn't suffering from anything, because they claim that if I get to talking too fast, I'm in a manic state. I'm a fast talker. I've been a fast talker my entire life. I've got to tell myself to slow my roll half the time. I might not understand what I just said to myself. It comes out so fast occasionally. There's times I don't talk fast at all. I don't know how to explain it. This lady is, I'm picking up on these things because I know what's been said for 20, 30 years, right? It's why this is wild to me, y'all. I predicted this shit in early 80s when it was all coming out. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be disastrous one day. Here we are.
Connecticut in November of 2022.
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations about, in January of 2023, about some issues that Lindsay was having?
Yes.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been weaning, tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
What was the tone of the conversation?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Did you visit Ms. Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was a pretty basic visit.
When you say you made small talk, what did she talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding, and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically now.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora Dawson or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Afternoon. You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
Almost 29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went off to college, and you had your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan.
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I mean, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in.
Yes.
To visit with her. And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
It was brief, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications, and you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health, and she asked me if I knew, like you know, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was, and again, it's page 13, and she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall the specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there were some difficulties with it?
Yes.
Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding, being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate or did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Counsel? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Christopher Clancy.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you will give to Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Start, please.
Is this my water? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, call off.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher William Clancy, CHRISTOPHER, WCLANCY.
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61,
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she, in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So was that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you'd seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
in
to.
Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet. Okay.
And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it, so I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right.
You know.
It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
I could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it was just a little chaotic.
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022, did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes,
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Okay. Did you know that there
Help out.
were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, we'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how are the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved.
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that, strike that, do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, But they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans?
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good, she was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us like what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting, just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves.
Almost just like, something like that.
Okay, so at some points she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would?
Pretty much.
Okay. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
In January?
January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Is this the night of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family.
And district attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th of 22, and she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet, and then she used the term, did you know about the struggles? Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure, yeah.
Why does Miss Thing all of a sudden need a sidebar when he gets very specific into the question, right? She didn't like that none. She's like, oh, wait, sidebar. He can't ask stuff like that. Well, what was the struggles? Lindsay couldn't sleep, right? He offered to take the kids for a night. She declined, or they declined. That's okay. No judgment. This prosecutor's a little wild, y'all. I love my rocks and my wood, y'all. I'm enjoying y'all's conversation. I'm watching it while I'm writing stuff down. I'm taking notes. A lot of us seem to have a lot in common, Faye, which we knew that. We suspected as much, didn't we? We did. There's something to be said about embracing some of this stuff, right? Those of us who've done it know. Y'all see my chats, they come in crazy hot, but my phone types whatever it wants. Y'all ignore my
Thank you, sir. I think I was asking you about the word "the struggles," and can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. I knew she just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room where my wife was working. Those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th and then Thanksgiving of 22 and then up until Christmas and then after Christmas, and the time frame actually right up to January 24th, you guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans?
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct?
Yeah.
And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you.
I like the way you just did that, handled that cross.
Como, could I see you over here just scheduling?
Scheduling, sidebar. Are they still at sidebar? Oh, they're at break until 2 p.m. We got an hour. Hang on. Did we get caught up fast, didn't we? Hold on. Let me double check everything, guys. Oh, I had to check, make sure I wasn't on mute. I was like, wait, it was showing my camera was off, and I thought, is that my mic? Am I being ridiculous? Okay. Da-da. Oh, okay, Simi. We, your bosses are giving you a little break today. She's like, you damn bosses. Golly, Simi, we appreciate you and your multitasking your expert abilities in your multitasking. I know you do it all the time, and I appreciate it. All right, let me make sure that we are. Yeah, they're on their break, guys. So, what should we do? Um, I will be coming back tonight, probably about 7 p.m. I'm going to host a episode one of a new series. I'm going to call it that. I'm going to call it what I want. It's going to be a new series. Episode one airs tonight, and it will be Idaho Forest, the topic. It was going to be something else, but ding, 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 red flag. Y'all already know how. If you know, you know. Something happened though that I want to get to, and we're going to do that. So I'm going to come back for that tonight. Let's go. I'm gonna go troll the X and see if there's any news out there today that we don't know about yet. Any breaking news on the twits today? How are y'all feeling about this testimony so far? Um, it didn't benefit the prosecution, in my opinion. Their line of questioning with the, nobody's got bad stories to share about Lindsay. Y'all notice that? So it's not like it's benefiting the prosecution at all. She just wants to keep making everybody understand Lindsay was with it. Lindsay could communicate and carry on conversations. But then now they're pointing out she was becoming distant, right? The father-in-law describes the blankness, and what he feels like was a little nervousness. Um, but nobody has said bad things about Lindsay Clancy yet. There were no indications that she was a fed up mom, couldn't control the kids, all the standard like abusive stuff that would be there for just a plain old mean mom or dad. It's not just on moms, but y'all know where I'm going with that. That standard physical abuse versus a good nurturing mom. Nobody has said a bad thing about Lindsay yet. So I'm having a hard time buying what the prosecution's selling, that she didn't want the kids, right? They were too much for her. She couldn't handle it, because nobody's describing seeing her get to a frustration level where they were concerned. Is Rachel here? Hey, Rach, how we feeling today? Better, I hope. I really hope you're feeling better, because you have us worried, girl. I don't think that was food poisoning, Rachel, after all. I think you seen my message. I felt like it might have been a little more, honey. So I hope you are recovering and hydrated today. Okay. Oh, that dude's back. Hold on. This guy, he wrote it on a song too one day out of nowhere. Boom, here I am. Who are you, Ted? Mr. Manhattan. I've been clocking you for a long time too, trying to figure you out what your angle was, sir. I got questions for quite a few of y'all. Let's just take a look at Ted here. Not Ted Investigates, weirdo. Oh, a different one. What the hell is she doing? Okay. This account, he goes hard. It says, imagine wanting dead the guy who beat and stabbed your sister to death. How horrible. Now, not only does Tad, I'm sorry, his name is Tad, not Ted, or maybe he misspelled it. Not only does Tad not understand normal human emotion, but he seems to think Koberger has a path forward. He has done nothing but spread insane conspiracy theories and attack the families of multiple victims, to include ones that haven't even expressed this sentiment. That it would be true, Mr. Mask Guy. Don't know who you are either, but you go hard on this case, and I like you. We've been we don't communicate. We chat all we like each other's posts a lot. Let me say that. We don't You might see me comment to him and him comment back. I don't know this dude. But here's old Ted. Super messy, super unhinged. This family is the true crime train wreck we all cannot stop watching. The victim's family. He's calling them a true crime train wreck. All right, Ted, whoever the heck you are. We didn't need to see all that nakedness, though. Just didn't need to see it. The social media campaign's ramping up, and I'm going to do my part to fix the algorithm. Oh, I don't want to talk about them people. They freaked me out years ago. I already do better. I don't know what this is. Y'all, I'm just trolling. um, so let me say this. This channel sends condolences out to Grayson Yor and her family. Um, a lot of people were speculating yesterday, did that even happen, right? It was a hard pill to swallow that it didn't happen, that they would come out and put that out there into the universe if it hadn't happened. It did happen. It's all over Facebook now, right? The obituary, not the obituary, but the write-ups on the accident. So Grayson Yor's brother was killed in a car accident along with the family dog. So I hope that I haven't checked in on them today over there in Lauren's world, but I hope she sent that little girl home. And I call her a little girl, y'all, because she's a young woman. She's already a basket case, bless her heart, but she needs to go home and deal with her emotions for a minute. So peace for that family, because that's not an easy road to walk. But I also can't help but now think now Lauren's going to use it and trauma bond with Grayson over the loss of their brothers, because now they both have a brother lost. And that would be something to bond over, but Lauren's going to spin it and use it, and we all know it because that's what Lauren does. Like Lori Vallow, Lauren Matthias buys her own bullshit because that narcissistic level, it's not even a level with Lauren, it's just who she is, right? And people will spend eternity trying to figure out Vallow when she's not that hard to figure out. And to me, Matthias is not hard to figure out. I don't know if they ever. Maybe we should watch a little bit of that Turtle Boy show last night, y'all, because I don't know what happened. I didn't watch all of it. I had a phone call. I had to review something. I don't know if they hacked more that we didn't know yet, or if I'm not real sure. I think I heard a couple of different things because I'm trying to clock something in particular. So I was listening for particular information, but I don't know if I've heard it yet, right? But then again, I didn't hear the whole show. I don't, and I know it's become, and it is important to talk about what Lauren attempted to do to Christina, who I'm going to call a whistleblower. But I also cannot forget what Lauren did to the families behind the scenes in the background. And that's what a lot of that, when we go out and speak against Lauren, we're going to show the world that's what she's about, right? So I don't know how much of that was incorporated into last night's talk, because I don't know what's coming down the pipe with the situation between Christina and Lauren particularly, right? But I guess they'll figure it out at some point. But I keep listening for certain information because I don't like when creators go behind the scenes and try to use families to get the story. And we all know Lauren, that's her game. That is her end game. Going into a case, her intention is to go in there and position herself so she can absolutely hone in on these people to get these interviews, right? I can't miss that aspect. I don't care about her eyebrows. It's cute that Turtle Boy drew them back on last night because the audience demanded it. Before he let everybody know, you can call him Uncle, Daddy, whatever, Doctor. I don't know. It's just Turtle Boy. I don't call grown men stuff like daddy and uncle, but I got past it and I was like, I'm just here for the interview. Oh my God. Well, according to Lauren yesterday, they had decided that Grayson was just going to stay with her and continue working. Telling her it's okay to bury her emotions that she'll have to deal with 10, 20 years from now. It's okay. We'll worry about it later. Maybe John's going to help her through it. I don't know. Hang on. Let me check something real quick. Did I? Oh, I had to make sure I didn't accidentally shut my stream down. I don't like the stuff that she was saying behind the scenes about the family, stuff she's still saying behind the family. We saw her in action during WebTube's 24-hour Into the World party. You know damn good and well Lauren helped facilitate bringing Jerry on that panel. We know it. Manipulation at its absolute finest. I was looking at Matthias's page to see if she did an update today on trial, and she didn't. It was yesterday was her last time, and that was the announcement of Grayson's brother's passing. Maybe they took the day off. Maybe they read the room. Maybe it was too much for Grayson after all. Jesus, Lauren. The last thing I would have told my friend, an employee, was just stay here and work. I wouldn't have encouraged it. Even if she said, no, I'm better to stay here and work, I wouldn't have encouraged it, right? I would have encouraged to take that moment. And her husband, being a psychologist, should also know they should have encouraged her to take a moment. Maybe they thought about it last night when Laura on the phone together or something. Just call John and get his advice. He's the doctor. Grayson. Yes, let's do that because I'm infatuated with your husband, Lauren. I don't mean to speak ill, but that's my take. If you gauge the conversations when they're happening between Grayson and John, man, that to me that's incredibly telling. And I don't know how to articulate it yet or how I actually feel about it, but it's weird, y'all. It's so weird. What are you saying, Cheryl? Let's see. Christina could definitely do part 2 and maybe 3 on Turtle Boy. She's got here's the way I feel about it. Every host that hosts her going forward are going to have their own set of questions, their own way of talking with her. So I don't know how in depth they got with some of those questions that I may have on Turtle Boy last night, but I'm willing to go check it out. It could turn into a talk part 2, 3, and 4 if we're not. I want the nuts and bolts though, right? This kind of a lot of it's been hashed out for for a long time and before our eyes. I'm looking for the new, right? I already know this woman's deranged and narcissistic and did wrong and cried about the law, and I know all of that, right? I'm waiting on more. I'm waiting on her to be more exposed to the masses, and it's not just her though that concerns me. I have concern across the board at this point for a lot of these creators out here and what they're willing to do to bring in a family member or trash a family along the way. What are we doing out here in the wild, wild west? We can't tame ourselves and act right. We can't get our act right back because we're unhinged grown-ups on the internet. I'm no longer willing to accept that bizarre behavior. But give me the nuts and bolts, right? All day long and twice on Sunday. And I don't like women who come out and tell other women, you can't talk bad about me because you're unhinged and unwell. It's weird. And it's time to peel back how dangerous Lauren Matthias truly is. Because I know she's all the things being said about her, but I also understand at her core, I feel like she's dangerous. When people are ready to come have that kind of conversation with me, I'm all down for it. Like, Andy and I have had a couple of phone calls. It should have been a live stream. Let me just put it that way. I got to slow my roll with that girl. I'm like, Andy, you got to go live with me. Well, let's talk about it then. Because the discussions, wow. And I appreciate that with my friend. I so appreciate it. When you're trying to get to the crust of the case, you know what I mean, so to speak. And to get the right message out there so people pay attention. It's like I can come scream, Delphi is crazy. Is that going to get the proper attention to the case? Y'all, you know what I'm going? You know what I mean? I appreciate everybody's efforts out there because a lot's been exposed. Let's face it, right? A lot of realizations have been made in a lot of these live streams. They've been great to explore because I've got to listen to Patreon lives, other lives, and review and make my own conclusions about how I feel about things. Because I was not in there just for the tea of it all. I'm there to, like, this lady's dangerous, right? That's where my mind goes automatically. Like, I can't get past all that. The madness is there, yes, but hey, this is America. Real Housewives of YouTube kind of shit. We know. But what's going on here, right? Why is this woman like this? Why? The hell happened? She tells me stories and I clock them. And I know Lauren began having mommy issues in childhood. And if you listen closely, she tells you all about it. Her struggles with becoming a young woman and the Mormon church and the career. And then she found her way. She found a man with a brilliant mind in her mind that allows her to have that career. Sorry, I got choked. I had to get some water. There's a bunch of rambunctious kids outside my door. Not really. There's like 4 kids out there. That is a bunch of kids, come to think of it. But they're not on me to watch. That's on somebody else. Okay, here we go. Alrighty, let's see. It's 119 Central. Alright. I'm gonna get past the intro because it's I don't. I don't even know where to actually, like, I don't even know where to start this thing at, right? We're just gonna watch a little bit of it, y'all. All right. This is Christina on the right, Christina Mack. She was the whistleblower, the TikTok girl. The Lauren called her a name that we all know legally she's not, right? I can't call Koberger a stalker. I will not call Christina one, even though Lauren tried to tell everybody she was. I know she's not. Legal definition, the woman is not. I'm not going to sit here and defend that. I'm not going to have that conversation for 4 hours, right?
On September 22nd. And unfortunately, the judge didn't set enough time aside to have a whole hearing. So it was postponed and it was supposed to be October 16th, but
I actually did get a better backstory on how they met and became friends. I think Christina was listening to the podcast. Lauren was having some mic issues. Christina reached out and offered to buy her a microphone. I guess Hidden True Crime accepted. And then they actually met at the Daybell, not Lori's, but Chad's trial.
2 days before it was postponed, she dropped it herself. So in the hearing, though, originally he said something like, it sounds like the intention behind this is to quash her speech. And that's when he was like, I hope that's not the case. And then had to postpone it until October 16th. And then after that, she dropped it 2 days before.
Yeah, she didn't show up, right? And we believe that she didn't show up because she knew
Well,
that she was gonna lose.
she showed up to do like, I mean, she was with her attorney, I guess, when we did the meeting. They called like a quick emergency meeting on October 14th to schedule it because she asked for a delay. And I was like, dude, I asked for a delay right away because like before the 22nd, it was moved back to the 22nd because I already had a trip I was planned. And they originally said no. And so it's like, okay, no, we're not delaying this again because you said no to us to the original date. And then they were like, well, she drops it.
Okay.
And
then,
it was like, whoa.
And then after that,
the next
that's
day
when
she went and did her 9-hour live.
she did her
Just one opinion.
Yeah, October 15th. I have her right here. Can we just play a couple minutes of it just to like revisit the greatest hits here? This is back when she had the eyebrows.
Does it have your eyebrows on it though, or is it just
I know we do need where'd the brows go, by the way?
Because I kid you not, I've shown my children clips of you, like the ones of you defending me, being like, I'm, that's really cool. Look at this person defending me. My 6-year-old son literally was like, is he gonna put the eyebrows on? Like he's stoked about this.
Okay.
He's like, are you friends? How do you know him? And I'm like, oh, he defended me. He defended the truth, really. I'm just on the right side of the truth.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody, I mean, I was just so outraged. I started watching this and people were like, and I tuned in.
I will say he got a lot of new subs last night.
And she starts off about like this whole, let's just play it. Let me play a couple minutes from the video here.
Pain.
Okay.
And the bullying and the abuse and the harassment and the defamation and the pain that I have been dealing with behind the scenes for months. I wanted to keep it private.
Again.
Not live stream to millions of people watching Law and Crime.
I can't believe she still has this. Oh, that's right. That's right. That was what she got her upset, right? Was because Law and Crime
filed.
And she did not want any of this going on the record. And she said the reason was because of her son, right? She's like, they're going to put my son.
Which in the court, I can send you this, in the note from the court, there was paperwork that said if there was anything about mental health or anything about children, and this was all before she dropped it, none of that would be streamed. None of that would be shown. It all had, I mean, there was a paperwork from the judge, from the court saying like, this is what you can show, this is public information, this is what's not. So it literally said that stuff like that would not be shown.
Yeah, and why would the 8-year-old testify? What is he?
Well, and why did they even mention him? They brought him up.
Right.
I never brought him up.
You can know all the basic info you need, but you're a journalist, correct? Where's the questions? That's what journalists do. You ask questions. So there's a lot of questions still to be asked because there's the information that we all know has been out there for months now.
Brought him up.
Right. And then it's like,
and so if Law and Crime.
At what point? Never mind.
That my family's pain and emotional turmoil is worthy to be on their channel, that they're going to be pool, which means they can share it to all media platforms. This is just for everybody.
Boy, she snapped out of.
How long did that part go on when they went over that? I don't want to watch that shit again.
Stop on that one. From what I understand, that would be really, I would not be okay if my friend left me at.
Well, wait, we don't want to, no spoilers.
Okay.
I'm asking what you would do. What would you do?
I would literally, well, if it was my employee, I would immediately get them on a flight home to be with their family.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Like you would drop everything you're doing and you wouldn't
literally drop everything I'm doing. I would not go to work. I would drop everything and I would get my.
Y'all, I'm not. There's nothing wrong with this interview. I know they had a good time. I watched a majority of it. Then I had a phone call. Have at it, YouTube, but I want to know about the questions that were asked and answered. I'm looking for certain facts, and they pertain to Lauren Matthias, right? And so that's what I was watching it for anyway.
Employee and friend and get them home.
Right.
Get them home.
So let's see how Laura and Matthias handles it. Let's see.
Stick with me while I text somebody real quick. Hold on. Okay. That was really sad. We just heard Nanny Elaine Rossi on the stand. I'm outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's day 7 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I'm in the courtroom. Oh, good. Okay, I see somebody here. I realize that I haven't done a live in a couple of days. Forgive me. It's been so busy. But today was it was very sad in there. And then I want to share something personal going on too.
Before Turtle Boy ever covered her the first time, didn't a lot of us see through her? I don't know this guy. I've never watched this guy. I don't watch Turtle Boy, right? I just don't. I never did Karen Reed 1.0. I didn't look at any of that train wreck about to happen. But I don't hate this guy. I don't know this guy. I see all the messy stuff out there, and I've avoided all that with the plague. I wouldn't watch some of Jolene's stuff because that shit funny, right? But they can do what they want. I'm always trying to pick up on the stuff that all this is out there, right?
So everybody's up to date with what's happening.
And I honestly, I don't know if I get insight from Turtle Boy. Honestly, like insight, because I already know that what's up with her.
The nanny was actually it was a prosecution witness, but it was clear that she loved Lindsay. She did use the word I loved her, not current, but loved. That she was a wonderful mother. That was a quote. She was a wonderful mother. You could tell that she loved the children very much. She explained each one's dynamic personality. Cora, a girly girl. Dawson, rambunctious.
Oh God.
Got angry once and hit his little brother Callan, and Lindsay took him out and helped the children appropriately with some of their emotions, regulating their emotions. She cared about what they ate. I'm sorry. I'm just the reporter with the cough.
Yes, you're a great reporter.
Always.
You're a great reporter.
And it gets worse when stressed. So just a second. Sorry.
Okay.
Interesting. Questions would get asked and things would get derailed. Interesting.
She's very stressed.
They also had.
I don't think she had a cough her entire 9-hour life.
They also had the DNA samples. Explaining that it was Lindsay's blood. Go over all of that. As always, I will have a more updated version later today. I also plan to be on Criminally Obsessed later with Ann Emerson.
Okay, thank you.
And we will perhaps do our live a little bit earlier today. So hit subscribe and hit notification so that you'll know when we decide to go live, because there is stuff going on. I do have permission to share this.
Okay.
But, Hidden True Crime team is experiencing a bit of a tragedy, not a tragedy. So I'll just tell you, I can
stop right there. The Hidden True Crime team is experiencing a tragedy. No, Grayson is experiencing a tragedy. The Hidden Crew trying. What is the Hidden Crew trying? What is the Hidden True
We know.
Crime team. She can't not mention her brand within, like, something horrific has happened. Spoiler alert, she's going to talk about her brother dying.
Yeah, that's obvious, Simi. I've known that. I don't even watch the guy, and I can tell you that. I see the clips all over the place. That was not a hard one to figure out.
In a car accident. And she can't do it without mentioning her own brand like it happened to her. That's crazy.
I know, it's wild.
Like, it's crazy.
She does it all the time, dude. All the time. It is crazy.
That she's doing this.
share this. I'm allowed to share this. She said I could. Grayson, I saw that you're in chat. So
she's in the chat. She goes, "Can hear you."
Last night, so
why is Grayson in the chat? What is happening?
They're 2 years apart, and she's always.
Because Grayson's sitting in the car waiting on Lauren. Lauren texted her at the beginning of the little live to make sure Grayson was in the parking lot. Oh, Grayson's sitting right over there. Lauren can see her. So Grayson's in the car on her phone in the chat. Yes, sir.
I'll say this, everyone has their struggles, and her brother really, really relies on Grayson. And I've noticed this reaches out to her, even though she is his little sister, and he is.
What info, Rachel? Like what Lauren did? Showed her ass in Delphi, wrote bad messages about family members of victims and Gigi, the podcaster, and talked smack about the girls that she no longer liked who wouldn't kiss her ass the way that Grayson did. That's what we all know so far, right?
The older brother, he reaches out to her.
Private messaging groups going on, a lot of smack talk going on. Lauren's a messy ma'am, involved with a lot of stuff somewhere.
Her whenever he needs help, and she is always willing to help him. And last night he called her looking for that help. He was on his way somewhere and all of a sudden realized that where he was going was 90 degrees, and he realized he couldn't leave their family dog Chesney in the car, and asked Grayson what he should do. I mean, just little things like that, just help me, little sister.
A whole ass grown woman who is supposed to know better than this, and the two of them seem to believe that no one is allowed to make fun of them, like or talk about them. And if you do, then you go to jail. You're just not allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is crazy. I mean,
let's keep going.
That's why. All right, let's.
Wait,
And
I think she said I turned over. I think she said that.
One more time.
And-
one more time.
Lauren doesn't say I turned over. Like I turned over in the bed and handed Grayson the phone. That's not what she said.
Something was wrong. And I picked it up. And they said they needed to talk to my producer, Grayson. And I gave her the phone. And her brother, just shortly after they called, was in a car accident with their dog, and they were both killed. And she is not doing okay. Well, I was with her, and I ended up taking her to the emergency room.
Boy, she sure stopped crying there real fast, huh? She sure
just
stopped. Yeah,
I think
she
you caught
sure
that in the 9-hour live. She does that all the time.
Just immediately, and it's all somehow. Wait, so who called her in the middle of the night at 5 o'clock? The hospital.
Yeah, y'all mentioning Christina's son because of the eyebrow. I know, I heard all of that. And here's the thing. People are making comments about being concerned about Lauren's kid. There's something about this internet you should not do. And if y'all go watch the fiasco unfolding in the Sebastian Rogers, whatever the fucking shit show that is, go see how many people on this unhinged platform enjoy calling CPS, for the fun of it, Child Protective Services. I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. The 6-year-old thought the eyebrows were cute. That's her child. Yay.
Grayson's family. I can only assume that or maybe Grayson's phone was on Do Not Disturb, or maybe they were checking to see if someone was with her. That's just speculation. I'm not.
Because boy, this story sure became about Lauren real fast.
Oh, it's very. It is.
Yeah.
It's about Lauren.
Okay. Well,
but
you know that happens all the time.
And she was in
Where's my? Oh, I'm trying to. What are we doing? Looking at all Christina's videos. Back to Lauren, the 9-hour live. Are we?
She states.
Is this from you,
Lauren? This is April 21st.
Is
Lauren,
this from you?
Well, because I sent her a response. She sent this thing, and then went to send her a response call, and then so I was like, I'll just email it.
Okay.
I'm going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing that you blocked me. Yes, I did. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a.
Okay.
I'll tell you guys now. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here it is. I say, how's it doing? And then the person replies, my comment, I'm pretty sure it's the top one with a nervous emoji. So let me tell you what this is. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with the trial I've covered. Someone in this group text.
What? Okay.
Her Reddit comment. That's now been deleted from Reddit.
Oh my God. The Reddit comments.
When someone tells me to stop engaging,
okay.
That was my goal. The doors were right there. And unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. Lauren on her damage control. She likes to DM people. Like she knows they're going to tell. Like, I don't know what her end game is with that shit. Lauren damn well knows if she takes a risk when she DMs somebody, y'all, the woman don't care. That level of narcissism is borderline psychopath, right? There's a whole bunch of layers right there you can explore when you're trying to, like, why would she do all this? Because y'all, she's just not a prison type criminal. Can I put it that way? I don't know how to explain it yet. But this woman's not normal. Can't reason with a drunk. You're not going to reason with a narcissistic person either. Like, I feel like there's so much about this woman still she trying to learn, and it's in your face almost, right? In my opinion, anyway. Nothing she does really shocks me. Not even the way she announced Grayson's brother's death. Honestly, that was not a shock to me. And I knew of Lauren Matthias before Delphi, and I was in deep in Delphi. Lauren wasn't in deep in Delphi. In fact, Lauren Matthias doesn't even matter to the Delphi community, except for the fact that she put out misinformation at trial. That's what they care about the most. She done woke up the cranks, baby. That's something you didn't want to do, was mess with them Delphi cranks, and she's on their radar. And Christina, you're actually helping out with that, and I do appreciate that work. Accountability for bad reporting, accountability for bad behavior in the way you treat victims and families, accountability for that. I don't need accountability for being a messy ass woman talking smack about other women. That's a lot of women are like that, right? This one, it goes a little deeper. And I'm waiting on to hear, I want to hear all that shit.
Gus, you're going to stop and play the first video I have.
Okay, so this is outside of court. This is like outside of some trial. Where is this video from? This is so. I'm gonna be honest.
This has nothing to do with me. This one's when Janice and her. That one has nothing to do with me either.
I gotta be honest.
It's wild.
Some of this shit is just so boring, and it's just
no,
like.
Is. I told most of the people who were
Some of this shit is so boring. It's repetitive. It is.
Delphi is kid shit. This is kid shit. Lori Vallow is kid shit. Does she only cover kid murders? Does she do grown-up murders?
I remember when everybody wanted him to look into Delphi, right? He's such a great journalist. Karen Reed, this and that, begged him to look at Delphi. He says, "Oh, I can't do kid murders." Like, dude, it's what? This ain't about the kid murders. He totally missed it and totally didn't do it either. He's like, Delphi, what?
Those are
journalists, Jesus.
The only 3 cases. She skipped out on Karen Reed. That was kind of a big case. And
I didn't though.
Oh. But she did like she's supposedly some true crime diehard who's like it's hidden true crime. This is what you're.
So she didn't pay Karen Reed any attention, so she's a no count reporter who's obsessed with children's murders.
Doing.
What are we talking about? Uh-oh, they got John up there. Are they going to go in on Dr. John? I think I broke it, y'all. She doesn't play games, Rachel. That's her mentality. See, she's not like, I'm going to sit here and play a game. She's just a fucking nasty, narcissistic person. And I think that's what, because I feel like I can sit here and get like all the labels I can spit out a Megan's label maker. I can slap on Lauren. I can say she's all these things, and she absolutely is all those things. Something's driving it. There's a drive behind it. There was a drive behind Lori Vallow. There was a drive behind it, right? And I'm not meaning, I know there's a difference between Vallow and Matthias. I get that. But the narcissistic behavior, how do we recognize those red flags? There's a million women walking around right now with a narcissistic man on their arm and don't realize it, thinking they're a problem themselves, right? Or you got that narcissistic boss at work that you got to battle every single day you go to the office. The people who are never wrong, that never wrong syndrome in your life. You know what I mean? Y'all got that one person, that little know-it-all that you can't tell nothing to. It could be thunderstorming outside, and if they tell you it's sunny, you better not argue with them, right? There's a lot to peel back with a personality like that. Am I looking at a personality disorder in this woman? Not giving her an out by any means, but if I want to figure out why she's like that, I got to go there. because surface level, there's a million women just like Lauren Matthias running around, probably in your life, maybe not. I don't have them in my life. I can spot them heifers a mile away. I'm running into the woods now. Oh, goodbye, no thank you. Right? She's coming with all that drama. I got to get away from all that. Um, y'all know what I mean. They're messy. They want to pull you into the drama and make you take a side between you and the other friends. All that nonsense. Yeah, there's a lot of women out there like that. But I'm trying to see if that's all I got here or is there something more? Because it's obvious that's what we got here, right? There was a lot of things being said, a lot of, Grayson come into the picture in Delphi. Lauren wanted to force her into the scene and make the other girls uncomfortable. They don't know this girl, Grayson. I know the whole story. I've been here from the time this popped off, right? So I'm just, yeah. What's wrong with this lady? Well, Simi, she took a risk. She messaged Andy Kopsa back when all this popped off. Yeah, she wanted to reach out to a journalist, and she reached out to Andy Kopsa looking for support. Could you please post this? But Andy's got lives about it. How Lauren had reached out to her. Lauren's not afraid to reach out to people, and she doesn't care about the consequences because she damn well has to know going into it, if I reach out to this person and it's not perceived, they're going to go tell everybody I did it. She don't care. It's a special kind of something not to care, right? It's a really special, and to go out and use Grayson's brother's death the way she did. Now, internet, and it, oh my God, tragically, it happened right before the Turtle Boy Lab was supposed to happen. Lauren was aware, okay? Now, y'all all go be nice to Grayson. Don't be mean to her just because she works for me. Her brother just died. But she's going to stay here and work for me. Right? Ugh, so sick. It's mind-boggling sick. And it's worrisome. It's troublesome, I should say, because Lauren keeps doing it, right? There's no taking that moment in the backyard to say, hey, what was my part in that? That lady's not doing that. No self-reflection there, no self-work there, not one single thought, I was wrong. She's absolutely convinced everything she does is 100% on the up and up, and everybody else appears to have the problem. Hold on one second, guys. I got to knock at my door. Sorry, a cute little girl come knocking on my door. She wants to come in and play, but what I'm doing is not for little ears today. They like to come hang out in my room with me. They like to come look at my cat. They don't touch her because she's mean. They just look at her. Okay. Hello, lucky kitty. You're lurking and listening. We like the lurkers. We like the lurkers. You're welcome. All you lurkers, you're welcome here. Oh, welcome. We don't, as long as you're nice, we're nice. All right, I'm going to see if I'm going to refresh the stream. They got like 15 more minutes, I think. Y'all, there was some interesting thing that came down yesterday in the Brian Koberger case. Very interesting. And it's not like people being mean to people on the internet. A very interesting thing came down that I've got to talk about. So when we go live tonight, we're talking about it. Oh, y'all, what's going on here? Something we suspected a long time now, and it's like, oh man. There's something I was about to get ready to show you guys. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on. This is wild. I told y'all we heard the rumor here locally about the age of that pilot that landed the plane on the interstate when she ducked under the bridge or the signage. Let me show. Okay, let me show y'all something. Okay, so this plane has an emergency landing on the local interstate here in my hometown. Long stretch of I-10. Fortunately, there was no cars in front of the car that happened to have the dash cam, and they flew right under the signage, like barely. So let's take a look at this. Okay, here we go. Coming in hot. And I did a short video on it. It's on my page.
New details tonight in yesterday's emergency landing on Interstate 10 in Pensacola. New details tonight in yesterday's emergency landing on Interstate 10 in Pensacola.
Never gets old watching that. Our Copeland Welch joining us now live from Pensacola International Airport. And Copeland, this flight instructor has got experience, but just 21 years old.
Bob Sue, that is right. And the student that she was with, well, he was on his very first flight lesson ever. Nonetheless, those two walked away without any injuries, miraculously.
Or 62, whatever you need to make it down is approved. We're going to have the trucks waiting for you. Runway 1.
We're completely props about moving. We're probably going down on I-10.
Roger. It's at your discretion, safest possible spot. We'll get the vehicles out for you.
Yeah, we are not making the airport. We're going down on I-10.
Moments later, Emily Shelton, the 21-year-old flight instructor, safely landed the small plane on Interstate 10.
First choice probably is not to land on a highway, but in this case, they didn't have any other choice.
The plane is a Piper aircraft used by Pensacola Air Flight School. Shelton,
my neighbor works for this company here,
tells me she has about 1,300 hours of total flight time logged, but beside her in the cockpit, a student on his first ever flight lesson.
They were probably doing, somewhere around 60, 70 miles an hour in a glide. So, yeah, that's still pretty darn fast, especially if you hit something so solid like a sign, and then you still have altitude to deal with. So it was amazing. It's one of those things that, it's hard to believe. Yeah, that was great.
George Sigler is a retired Navy and commercial pilot.
I've been around aviation all my life.
Sigler is also the former owner of Sky Warrior Flight School in Pensacola. That's where more than 14,000 military members and civilians have gotten their training. He tells me flight students are always taught to think of a plan B. Where would they land the aircraft if they suddenly had to?
Now, when you're low and the engine quits, you haven't got a lot of time. You don't have time to pull the aircraft manual out and read the emergency procedures. Those are procedures you have to memorize. When the engine quits, you're low, you have to know what to do.
Yeah, our oil pressure is dropping down into the red, and we do have fumes in the cockpit from the oil.
Shelton tells me during the landing, she was assuring the student that she'd find a safe place to land the plane, even if that meant it was in the middle of the interstate. Shelton says she's practiced the exact scenario many times. She never thought she'd have to execute it in real life.
It certainly gets your attention when something like
that's incredible, guys. That girl was calm on the radio. Like, I was like, go girl. Like, I heard like that was a female student pilot is what I heard. So I didn't say anything. I was like, let me see what happens. And then that came out. She got an award from the sheriff's department as well. But yeah, 21 years old, cool as a cucumber, training kicked in. She's calm on the radio. Yeah, I'm not going to make the airport, which is not that far from I-10. I'm just going to land on the interstate. And because she had a clear landing, right? There was no other cars to stop her. That was wild and impressive. She did a great job, right? Look at that young woman out there doing it, y'all. And it wasn't a man, go figure. She flew that bitch right up under that sign. Sign, get out of my way. Not today. She said, not today, sign. That was wild. I'm so glad there weren't a bunch of cars on that interstate to prevent her from landing there. She probably could have got away with the grassy side because we got these pretty big, wide sides off the interstate, right? Because we have so many cars coming through here, through that stretch of road. That's not a place you want to accident because, my God, you get stuck on that part of the interstate, you are sitting there for hours. It ain't fun. It's incredibly annoying. That's like being stuck and trying to get across a 3-mile bridge when there's been an accident. It ain't, you're just stranded. Like, thanks a lot, people who didn't pay attention and caused a wreck. Okay, so they're still at break. No, that was the student pilot had already logged all her hours. She had the pilot was not a student pilot. She was a 21-year-old pilot, but she had a student on board for his first lesson. I had heard when it first happened that it was a student pilot that piloting the plane, but that wasn't the case. She's an actual pilot. She's just young, right? But her student was out. That was his first time flight, guys. Y'all think he's going to go back up in the air now? He might have been like, "Oh, that's enough for me." That's a little much. Thank you very much. That would have been my experience. I'd be like, okay, I came, I saw, I tried. Peace out on this stuff. I'm not trying to dodge any more signs coming down from the sky. Oh my God, that would have gave me a, y'all, I wouldn't have been okay if I had been on that plane. I just wouldn't have been okay. Whose cough? Lauren's? Oh, her anxiety cough? Is that what y'all are talking about, or somebody else's cough? I just happened to look down and seen this comment. Yeah, Lauren told us a long time ago, y'all, how she had that anxiety cough. Remember? She tried to tell us that a long time ago. I get anxiety, I get a cough. I get anxiety. It doesn't cause me to have a cough, but hey, everybody's different. That could be her body's reaction, allergic reaction to herself and her own bullshit. Maybe triggers the cough. I suggest you might want to get it checked out medically because it could be more. We don't know. Not buying anxiety cough. I feel like could be something else, and she's mistaking it for an anxiety cough. I don't know. I'm not the doctor. Just don't cough on us, ma'am. 6 feet. Put on your mask. Gee whiz, haven't you heard? People got germs. I don't want germs. I didn't want germs before our people had the germ. Back when they was getting that Ebola, me and my niece were like, we're not touching them Walmart buggies because we're not getting that fucking Ebola. And we were dead serious. That was years before that other thing came out, that pandemic thing. Can't say the word on here and talk about it too much. They'll freak out. Somebody, they quote unquote, they will freak out and control YouTube and say, you're bad, you talked about it. Like, what? It fucking happened, didn't it? Do we ignore it that it happened now? We can't call it what it was. It was a pandemic. Jesus Christ. I ain't trying to get into all the other stuff about it. I just wanted to put on my mask, stay away from everybody, keep your germs to you, I'll keep mine to me, and we're good until we figure it out. That's where I sat with that shit. Let's get away from me. I went that way into the pandemic, and I'm going that way out of it. I'm still that way. Like, please don't come in my bubble. I need my 6 feet at all times. All right, let me see here. Oh, gosh. Brian Enton's got a video y'all out, and it says it's from 2 hours ago. I've already got 2 I haven't watched yet of Brian. I got to binge watch Brian. Mom charged with unaliving for killing a molester. Oh my God, did she shoot? Woman shot man under daughter's bed. Now charged with murder? What? Oh, we got to look at that. Y'all, what? Brian, are we living in a tipsy-topsy world? What's going on? Says, oh, he's trying to sell me incognito. Get past that. A mother is charged with unaliving after investigators say she shot and killed an adult man who was hiding under her child's bed. Kendra Scott was working the overnight shift at FedEx in Memphis when her attorney says she saw a strange adult man on her Ring camera entering her home. She rushed home in the night and says she found the man under her 13-year-old daughter's bed. She told investigators, she did what I had to do, and she shot and killed the man. Scott was charged with first-degree murder. Oh, America, it's time to take it back. It's not, I know they wanted her to call the cops and 911 and all that, but I would have called on the way home, but I don't know the whole story yet, so I'm not going to jump to conclusions. It says she was charged with first-degree murder, but was she protecting her child is the question. Oh, goodness. Oh, Lord. Oh, Simi, Another crazy one. Y'all know we like Brian's reporting. It's fair, accurate, and he brings good stories out. The cases like that, America needs to get more prepared for cases like this coming out. And don't draw that hard line. Murder's murder. You know what I mean? What is the what is what are the lawmakers doing to protect us so we don't got to go all rogue and defend ourselves and our home and our children? What are y'all doing to protect us? Y'all want us to calm down, let y'all handle it, call 911 it today. Are you going to show up in a timely fashion? Are you going to arrest, incarcerate, and make it stick? See, there's a lot to put into something like that. Eye for an eye thing. I'm not saying I have no type of way yet. I got to watch that episode to figure that out. All right, let me pull up their feed, guys. We can make sure that we're good. They've got just a few more minutes before they're due to go back in the courtroom. And I doubt they have an extremely long afternoon session. They don't usually go long in the afternoons like we did with. I feel like Karen Reed, we went like all day, right? Like it was evening time before we ever got done. It felt like we haven't had that with Clancy trial yet. They're usually done around 3:30 Central Standard Time here. It's about almost 1 o'clock. Let's see. Now we can't protect our children. Yeah, Rachel, but the prosecutor's going to say the minute she saw that man enter the home on the ring cam, instead of speeding home, she should have called 911. That's what they're going to say. I ain't even got to watch the episode to say it. That's a common, I already know that going into it. She should have called 911. But what did she live 5 minutes from the place, right? Is, oh my God, this man's in my baby's room. I got to get there fast. Who else was there? Was the child? There's no that little girl can be at home alone. It's risky at night, but legally, by law and maturity level, the child can be at home alone. I'm not even going to knock that. I'm not that person. I'm not going to sit up here and judge people for stuff like that, because I've been a single mom before. I've been a married, stay-at-home mom with a house full of kids, but I have also been that single working mom. So I see both sides, right? I get all of it. But that's what they're going to say. She should have called 911. Are you cool in the shade? Every time I go out there, Faye, I'm under the pole barn. But come about 6 o'clock, the sun shifts and it beams right in there, and I can't sit out there underneath that pole barn until about 7 o'clock. I have to wait about an hour before I can even go outside. And then I get these, man, I had an amazing sunset yesterday. I should have videoed it. That sun was so giant, just giant orange ball. It was beautiful. The sky was turning pretty colors. That's my jams. I love that time of day, and I have to be outside for it. I'm like, oh, it's that time, going outside. See ya. I got things to do in the yard. All right, I got the feed up, monitoring it, and it's refreshed and all the good thingies, and they are not quite back yet. Those kids are getting a little rambunctious out there. Goodness. Needs to cool off so they can throw them youngins in the yard. It's too hot out there right now. Them babies would have a heat stroke. Hey, Indy Cindy, welcome in. We're waiting on trial to get back started. They should be getting back underway any minute. They were at lunch break. Y'all make sure you hit the like button, get us into the algorithm. We can find some more like-minded community members here. How you been doing, Indy? You been doing okay? I'm starting to yawn. Is it time for my afternoon coffee? I think when they come back on, I need to get up and make a pot of coffee. Okay, Indy. Yeah, we fast forwarded through their morning breaks, so you should be able to catch up, okay? We did fast forward through all that. And again, everybody, we've covered from day one, and we had some primer shows as well, and all of that is in the playlist that I created for the stream or for the trial. So it's all there. Are you that you shadow ban girl? They better stop it. Like that's gonna stop us with your little weird shadow ban. I'm probably shadow banned. Is that what the problem is? Am I shadow banned and I don't know it? Damn algorithm trying to control the universe, and I don't care for that nonsense. Not willing to accept it. Y'all click the thumbs up button. We can fix the algorithm. It will no longer control the YouTubes. We do. We do. They trick us like the algorithm, everything. We control the algorithm with what we click on. Click on it, y'all. Click on the good. Click down on the bad. That's how we fix the algorithm. You run across one of those streams, you're like, you're like, whatever, I hate this. Don't just scroll past. Click the thumbs down. Now, I know I'm probably going to get a bunch of thumbs down. I'm okay, whatever. I rely on my people to help me balance it back up. Let's all hit the thumb button right now just in case I need it. Hit the thumbs up. Y'all help me out. Help me counteract them thumbs down I just got. I invited the thumbs down. I know how to use that button. I ain't scared. And also, going back through your subscription list and unsubscribing is a beautiful and freeing thing. It also fixes your algorithm. Like, I know where this is at. If I need to go seek it, I know exactly where to go find it, right? I don't need it to flood. I don't want to be like Trisha and get all distraught because I saw a thumbnail. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and see a thumbnail and have to come unhinged and go live and talk about it. I don't want to do that. I'm trying to avoid the thumbnail PTSD. Yeah, Indy Cindy, it's a weird thing, isn't it? Isn't it weird? Or is it a new social experiment of mine? We'll see. Stay tuned. A little weird, isn't it? But if you look across the board at what people are consuming and enjoying, I mean, it is what it is. I was waiting on you to answer it, Indy, because I was like, I know she's going to answer that question. Shadow banned is YouTube playing God, and when someone is looking up a subject, your channel won't pop up, but another channel will. We're going to fix it. Let's fix let's shadow ban the bad and shine the light on the good. Because the algorithm favors the bad. Because people favor the bad? I'm not sure. What's going on with you, algorithm? You narcissistic little bitch. Algorithm got that syndrome, y'all. We could slap a label on that. Oh my God, we could slap a lot of labels on the algorithm. Hold on one second. I got to quieten this crew down. There appears to be a Nerf gun war in my living room between my son and the two boys. Okay, they can have at it. I'll run through and duck. All right, they haven't come back yet. all those channels fighting with each other, like covering the same stuff. Yeah. And everybody, when people are covering like the same, like a crime subject or whatever, a case, people's takes will be different, right? My take, somebody else's take could be different. You could get a different point of view, or other things hadn't been thought of yet may come up in the conversations and that kind of thing. But the content, that some are pushing out there, they're battling over that type of stuff. I don't look at all that. Like, I don't sit here and go who's live and who's not, and when I don't, so I don't know how that works with channels competing with each other like that. Like, or YouTube, I should say, highlighting the channels fighting with each other. I don't know. You talking about those Sebastian Rogers people? Indy Cindy? They fight with each other all day. They probably doing it right now somewhere in America. Rachel. Are you good, girl? You got our first cup of coffee down? Are we keeping it down? That's the thing, Rach. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady, Rachel. Sips. Sips of coffee. Where are you, Sips? Where's our buddy Sips? If y'all hear the occasional scream in the background, do not be alarmed. It's just children having fun inside of a house that's lived in and loved. They're good, I promise. They're just pretending to harm each other with Nerf guns. Which is wild, because when my son was little, I didn't even buy him stuff like that. He got the occasional Nerf gun. My sisters knew, don't go to her kid's birthday party and bring a gun. I just didn't. My dad has them. We hunted with them, and that was the end of it. I didn't want my boy playing with all that shit. He had his little cap gun. He loved that thing. He liked the way the caps smelled. Like, you weird little boy. Right? You like, people watch this, right, Cindy? Can you go to it and you're like, okay, like, wow, that's wild. Yeah, luckily I've been in a couple of those shows when they accidentally brought me up under a mistaken identity and I had to defend myself. Because I know all them people. I mean, I know all about all that drama, but I was never a part of any of it. I backed way off, like right out the gate. Like, oh, I see this train wreck coming too. No, thank you. Right? And look, here they are. Train wreck number 2. Content was stupid. Didn't even make sense. I don't like it when I go to watch something and I think maybe this will be a good conversation. And then I'm like, oh, this is it? People may tune into me and think the same thing, right? So, oh yeah, if you tune into the drama, the people who are supposed to call out the grifters of true crime, they fight with themselves. They're not calling out nobody but each other. No one's calling out the Idaho 4 fiasco. Nobody. There's one lady, and we agreed. Man, I had a conversation last night, made a statement, and when I went and clicked on Viviana's video and watched it, I was like, because conversation was kind of like, well, maybe you're not right. Okay, maybe I'm not, but I got a feeling. 5 minutes later, I watched that video and I'm like, applaud Viviana. Yes, ma'am, all day long and twice on Sunday. We'll take a look at all that tonight, guys. I'm refreshing this thing. They're not back yet. I can't watch all that going fighting with each other stuff. I don't care. I don't care who said what, when they said it, how they said it, who they said it to, where it come from first. 5 years ago, you did this and that and reached. What are we doing here? Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my son was getting ready to leave and he had to tell me something. Okay. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I had to. My grandson was upset because all the other kids were leaving, so I'm letting one of them stay here to play with him. What, baby? Hang on. Y'all will be fine. Go chill. All right. There are sips of. Oh, look, I summoned sips of coffee. Oh my God. I legit summoned you. Hell yeah. Rachel was talking about getting her first sip of coffee in 5 days because she's been sick. And I was congratulating her and telling her to take it easy. And I was like, sips of coffee, where are you? And look, there you are. Dang. I'm magic. Look, y'all, I'm magic. They're still at break. Okay, Indy. Thank you. Faye's sitting underneath that shade tree. As soon as this thing comes back live, I'll be sitting in the shade. I'll be sitting in the morning sun. Hold on 1 second. Okay, kiddos are settled. They're still not back. Let me refresh it to make sure. Yeah, that sunshine is so important to your health, right? And we're not idiots. We know not to sit directly in the sun unless I go to the beach. Then I'm sitting in the sun. Get over it. It's at the beach, right? But yeah, my pole barn is nice and shady and it's waiting on me. I'm ready to make me a fresh pot of coffee and get a cup. Like, I'm in Florida, so yes, I can go outside in the daytime with a cup of coffee and sit in the shade, and I'm good. Nothing to see here. Just normal activity, normal pattern of life. If she's not in the backyard with coffee or a Coca-Cola or a tea, sweet tea with lemon, something's amiss. It's 89 degrees, but it feels like 102. Why? What's my humidity? Scorched earth? 89% humidity today. Okay. It's okay. It's breezy out there though. It's nice. It feels good to me outside. I don't care what that weather tells me. My personal experience is it feels pretty darn good today. I have a breeze and the humidity's not that bad. So I call it a good day. It's a win-win situation. I'll have a beautiful evening. Wait and see. Rachel, y'all still dealing with that horrible smoke. I was bad over towards Spokane, right? Or Seattle. Am I getting that wrong? I was looking at a report yesterday about how bad it was, really, with all the smoke and everything else you guys have been experiencing out that way. That cannot be good for the breathing. You know what I mean? To have to can't go outside because the breathing conditions are not favorable. That would so suck for people like me and Faye. That would really suck for people like us. We're like, what? I can't go out there because I can't breathe right. Shit, I'm not breathing right in the house at the moment. And my house is clean. It's a whole thing. Tea and lemonade. Rachel, I put lemonade in my tea, like country time lemonade. I'll pour that in my sweet tea in a heartbeat, half and half it. I love it. Drink mine half and half, 95% of the time. All right, they're back in session. Let me pull the screen up. Thanks for chatting with me, guys.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
I'll mute and meet you guys in chat.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. We're going to return to the case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Kyle Carney.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right here with the right the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Excuse me, can we approach that?
Sure. All right, good afternoon, sir.
Already? What happened? I had to go to the restroom. Jeez. $144 where y'all live? What are y'all talking about? What's AQI? That ain't some new bullshit, is it? What's going on here?
If I may?
Yes, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All that damn weather talk. What's going on? I'm in hurricane country. Do I have an AQI?
And can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Kyle Carney, Kyle Carney.
And your date of birth, please.
July 6, 1991.
And what town do you live in?
Duxbury.
What do you do for work?
I work in finance.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Sarah Carney.
And you have children?
Yes.
Does your family, or did your family know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And did you know them through your friendship with Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
When did you meet Patrick Clancy?
2009.
And how did you meet?
We went to college together.
And after going through college together, did you remain friends after school?
Oh, the air quality.
And
I don't never look at the air quality because I'm in the country and my air quality is always fantastic unless they do something in the fields and cause the dust to kick up. Okay, got it. Like 144, I was like, that's all. What's going on there? 144, what? That was suck with all that smoke. Yeah. No smoke. Okay, got y'all. That's just one thing I don't usually have to look at in my part. I barely look at the weather anyway because it's just whatever's going on outside is going on, right? I look occasionally.
eventually, did you end up living in Duxbury at the same time Patrick and his family lived in Duxbury?
Yes.
When did you meet Lindsay Clancy?
Maybe 12 years ago.
Did you meet them before they were married? Did you meet Lindsay before she married Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously you knew them after they got married and as they had their children.
Yes.
How often would you see Patrick and his family while you were both living in Duxbury?
Maybe every other month.
And would you interact with Lindsay Clancy during those gatherings?
Yes.
And what was her typical demeanor?
Kind, caring.
Did you ever see any changes, significant changes in her behavior or demeanor when you would interact with her?
No.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay Clancy after the birth of Cora or Dawson?
No.
Directing your attention to after Callan Clancy was born, did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
Maybe beach dinners. It's hard to recall exactly.
So you said beach dinners, is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically families gathering together at the beach, having dinner, interacting with each other, is that right?
Sure.
How often would you do that during the summer of 2022?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
More than once?
Yeah, like at least monthly.
Okay. Did you also go fishing with Patrick during that time?
Yes.
Over the summer of 2022, did you notice any differences in in Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior?
No.
Throughout the fall of 2022 into the beginning of January 2023, would you see Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
How often did you see him?
Again, maybe once a month, maybe.
And directing your attention to Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, did you have a small gathering at your home?
Yes, their family came over to my house.
Okay. And when you say their family, are you talking about Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy?
And Cora and Dawson, too.
Callan didn't join them?
No.
Was he home with Lindsay's parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of gathering that day?
To socialize. It was a nice day out. I was having a fire to burn some brush in my backyard, and thought it'd be nice to invite them to come over and get the kids out and enjoy a nice day.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
I'd say quieter than normal.
And do you recall saying previously that the weekend was fairly normal, that Lindsay had always been a little tough to get a beat on, kind of quiet, but you were in the kitchen talking and it seemed normal?
I mean, in the kitchen, we had a conversation, and that was normal.
Normal, okay. Do you recall describing the day previously as a perfectly normal afternoon, really nice?
It was a nice day, yeah.
Okay. And so there was nothing out of the normal that happened that day in terms of Lindsay's behavior or demeanor?
Her behavior, demeanor appeared normal.
Okay. Did you have any problems communicating with her when you had conversation in the kitchen?
No.
Okay. How long was the family there at your house that day?
Maybe a few hours.
And during that time, I believe you described it previously as a normal, great day. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Watch this now, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Andrew Kiakio as its next witness.
All right.
afternoon. Start right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. We solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter what kind of between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be true. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Andrew Chiacchio,
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Chiachio.
And what do you do for work?
I work for the state police
And how long have you been with the state police?
since December of 2013.
And what's your current assignment?
I work for the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
How long have you been with the state police detective unit?
5 years.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 24th of the year 2023. Were you still working for the State Police Detective Unit with the District Attorney's Office then?
Yes.
And do you recall being called into an investigation in regards to an incident that happened in the town of Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned as the case officer for that investigation at that time?
No.
But you're aware that a number of the other troopers in your unit were all called out to do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
Do you recall if you actually went first to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I did.
Were you quickly assigned to go someplace else and do some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And one of the places that you went on that night was the CVS in Kingston, correct?
Correct.
That would have been at 189 Summer Street?
Yes.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
And had you learned information that one of the homeowners, the Patrick Clancy, might have visited that location earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And so when you got to the CVS, did you contact somebody in the store in order to try to determine whether there was surveillance?
Yes.
And did you speak with an employee there?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Angela Kraus, she was the manager.
Were you able to get access to the surveillance at that time?
Yes.
And were you able to observe the time on the surveillance at the store as it pertains to real time?
Yes.
So tell us how you determined whether the time was accurate.
We look at the live feed and I compare it with my cell phone.
And your cell phone is a department issued cell phone?
Yes.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
At some point, were you also asked to look for surveillance at a different location?
I was.
What was the second location?
The 3V restaurant
And where is that located?
in Plymouth.
And fair to say it's the address there's 10 Cordage Park Circle?
Yes.
What is 3V?
A restaurant.
Okay, and why did you go there?
To obtain surveillance video.
Again, based on information that you had available to you, did you believe that Patrick Clancy had visited that location earlier in the evening of January 24th?
Yes.
And when you went to the 3V restaurant, did you speak with two employees there?
Yes.
Were you able to access the video surveillance?
I was.
And while at the restaurant, were you able to confirm Patrick Clancy on their video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, as far as their video surveillance timestamps, were you able to observe the timestamps at that location?
I was.
And did you notice any discrepancies about the time?
No.
And what did you do to confirm the time?
I compared the live feed with my cell phone.
Fair to say you were able to determine that the video surveillance did confirm Patrick Clancy arriving at 17:54:14, that he paid for a bag of food and he left the store by the front door at 17:55:01.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering the video surveillance, well, let me back up for a second. So on one particular occasion, you were able to go and view the video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
At some later date, were you provided with copies of the video surveillance from both the CVS in Kingston and the 3V restaurant in Plymouth?
Yes.
And you brought that back to the state police?
Yes, to the
the
Attorney's
video?
office. Yes.
Okay. Now, as follow-up for this investigation, did you learn information about the route of travel Patrick Clancy took that night to go from his home to these locations.
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to ascertain approximately how much time it would have taken him to go to these locations from his home at 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I mapped it on the Maps application on my iPhone.
Now, do you recall when you did that?
I don't.
When you did this mapping of the locations, did it give you approximate distances and times between the locations?
Yes.
And fair to say, not knowing exactly when it occurred doesn't account for the time Patrick would have been there or any traffic or accidents or anything like that.
Correct.
Right? But as far as you could tell, you were just looking for approximate time frames.
Yes, a general idea.
Now, as part of this investigation, you also were involved in some interviews with potential witnesses.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Including Paula Musgrove.
Yes.
And who's Paula Musgrove?
The defendant's mother.
And you also spoke to a former nanny of the Clancys named Elaine Flaherty,
Yes.
as well as the employees from CVS, Angela Krause, and Soraya Sweeney.
Yes.
Did you also, or were you also present in follow-up interviews with all of the first responders to the home in Duxbury on January 24th?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So that would have been a majority of the paramedics/firefighters from the different towns?
Yes.
On June 12th of 2023, did you apply for and receive a search warrant for 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And why did you ask for a search warrant then, in June of 2023?
We were reviewing photos, crime scene photos, and someone noticed that there was potentially blood stains on the outside of the house that we had not swabbed.
So to your knowledge, on the date of the incident on January 24th, the stains on the outside of the house were not swabbed and collected by the crime lab, right?
Correct.
Did you have further conversations with forensic scientists at the crime lab to determine the viability of obtaining additional swabs all those months later?
At this point, it's hearsay and it's already been cross-examined about.
Allow that, the question just yes or no. Did you speak to somebody, not the answer?
So did you speak to somebody at the crime lab about the possibility of obtaining some biological substances from the home?
Yes.
And as a result of your conversations, did you then apply and were granted a search warrant?
Yes.
So subsequently, some swabs and shingles were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street?
Correct.
And were you present when that was done?
I was.
On May 15th, 2024, did you have the occasion to go to the Tewksbury State Hospital?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going there?
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab the inside of a person's mouth to collect saliva. That's then transferred to a collection card. We let it dry, then seal the kit.
So the swab kind of looks like a lollipop?
Yes.
With a foam and...
Yes.
And you're trained on how to swab the inside of a person's cheek on both sides in order to obtain an adequate sample?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Who did you collect the sample from?
The defendant.
And that would be Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Were other people present when you did this?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sergeant Josh McElligan, DPH Police Chief Michael Riggs, and Attorney Reddington.
What did you do with the sample that was collected from the defendant on May 15th, 2024 at the Tewksbury State Hospital?
It was placed in a temporary evidence at the DA's office.
Was that sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
Correct.
As well as a particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
As a result of that warrant, did you receive data back from Facebook?
I did.
And were you able to confirm a Facebook page in the name of Lindsay Marie Clancy?
Yes.
Were you also able to confirm that there's a particular post by the person named Lindsay Marie Clancy, or the Facebook page Lindsay Marie Clancy, on May 5th, 2021, to the Attachment Parenting for Littles group?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach.
You may.
I have no problem with the phone.
No objection? Okay.
I'm just going to show you a document. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the Facebook post posted by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th, 2021.
It is.
I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
No objection, that may be admitted.
Sergeant Cacchio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 217 on the screen. Is that a Facebook post from the Attachment Parenting for Littles Facebook group?
Yes.
And through the information you received from the search warrant return, you were able to locate the content of this post in the records for the Attachment Parenting for Littles and confirm that it also appeared to be authored by Lindsay Marie Clancy, correct?
Correct.
Or by the Facebook page of Lindsay Marie Clancy.
Yes.
And fair to say it reads, "Hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, anything. I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. I mean that with all love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day without getting so frustrated with him. He's not my first child, so not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Every single thing with him is a battle, and it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary, but I mean everything, getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me every step of the way with all these normal daily activities. It constantly feels like I have to force him to do these things, which feels so wrong, but he is always fighting me and crying about doing these very normal things." You recall seeing that message in the records.
I do.
And fair to say there was some comments to the records and also an acknowledgement by the person with the Facebook page, Lindsay Marie Clancy, thanking the contributors for their advice.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this would be Exhibit 217, which is the Parenting for Littles post by Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
And this was back in May of 2021?
Yes.
And she was talking about her son, who at the time was 19 months old?
That's correct.
Now, as a state police officer, you know how to investigate things, right?
Yes.
You guys must have turned things inside out to find out if Lindsay Clancy was ever abusive to her son Dawson, right?
That's correct.
Found nothing, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything on that?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll just step, please, sir.
Sure.
I was in the kitchen, guys. Anybody catch the date on that Facebook post? I will come back to review because we're going to do a review show this weekend. The timing of that post is important to me, right? Everything she said in the post. I noticed the
All
prosecutor
right.
didn't spend a ton of time on it.
Members of the jury,
Get it in.
there's a motion or a hearing I have to do with the lawyers, and it's going to take a little bit of a while. So I'm going to excuse you for today. Come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. One of the questions I asked over here was, where are we on the time estimate? All right. I'm told that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, in regards to what we told you. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. We're going to stay here, do a few more things, and I'm just going to remind you, as I've said every night, you have to have an open mind. Don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research about anything. If you see anything about this case or any similar cases, don't read, listen, or watch anything in regards to that. Don't do any research on this or any matters that you have or questions you have in your mind. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to just be driving by certain areas that you think you want to double check. We've done that. All right. You've worked so hard in this case so far. I just want you to continue to follow those instructions. And with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. I would expect, and every time I say this, I'm usually wrong, but I would expect we'd have a pretty full day tomorrow. Okay? And so with that, I hope you have a nice evening. Hope you stay cool. And we will see you tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Good, all right. Good, kindly close the doors, place them on your chairs. Good.
It depends on how long each witness.
All right. So we're going to be in recess until 3 o'clock. We're going to come back. We'll have a hearing on the defendant's motion for permission to call certain witnesses. And so we'll have a hearing on that at 3 o'clock. All right. So we'll be in recess.
Oh,
So basically,
permission to call certain witnesses, like who? Dr. Lapasato? Hold up. When are they? 3 o'clock their time? They're going to have a hearing that's an hour and 15 minutes.
so parties can kind of get themselves oriented in regards to that motion. So we'll be in recess.
Good. All right.
Okay, so they're in recess and they have a motions hearing to consider. I know they wanted to bring La Posada in the defense, but only if the prosecution opened the door. I have no clue if that was opened. I mean, I've heard all the testimony, but I couldn't tell you. Let me see what's going on. Let's look up the current feed. I'm assuming that we'll get to see the hearing. Let's see if it's, let me check something here. Okay. They're not back yet. But I was just looking to see about the feed, right? All right, let me close. Let me check one thing real quick, guys. 1 second, please. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to broadcast that part or not, y'all. This motions hearing. Um, I guess I'll have to stay tuned. But what I will do is monitor that situation for sure to see if they do. And if they, whatever is decided in the motions hearing, we'll hear about it tomorrow morning when court reconvenes. And the judge did say they could plan for a full day tomorrow. Some of they've had a short day a couple times, Rachel. Which is not bad. That's a stressful, there's a lot going on in that trial, a lot to hear. And I think the judge is allowing time to digest some of that too for the jury, as my guess as well. I'm not mad about them wrapping up earlier than like Karen Reed that went on till like way into dinner time and we're like exhausted at the end of the day and stressed out. I'm not feeling that with this trial, thank goodness. I like the way the judge is keeping it moving along, and I like the way they've stipulated to keep out that handful of witnesses describing chain of custody on blood and stuff. Like we could do without all that, right? So I feel like they're moving along. I think a lot of us are ready to get on through the medical terminology and explanations for the victims and get on to treating Lindsay Clancy's mental health. They don't now we've heard from friends, we've heard from the family, the in-law, we've heard from her husband, we've heard from her friend, the daycare workers, the nurses that were her friends. All this, I want to hear from the doctors who were talking to Lindsay. What she was telling friends is one thing. What was she telling the doctors? And what were they saying back to her? Right? I want to know that stuff. All the rest of this stuff, I already know and I get it. It has to be in the record, but it's unnecessary for me to determine anything at this point because I know she did it. It's not even a question in my mind. So could do without all that, right? Let's get on with it. I think that's where we're just ready for it to go, right? We're just ready to get on with that. And again, y'all, it's not about is she trying to get away with it? You find me guilty, I get to go home and live my shiny life. It's not even about that, right? And I think that was a misconception going into the trial for those who hadn't looked at it for what it was, didn't know, and that's so I wouldn't have known, right? But I already knew about this when it actually happened. It's just gone on for a couple years and now it's actually a trial. So it's always been there in the back of my mind, this case, right? And the one person that I always talk to about it happened to be a guy, right? When I was doing my true crime channel in the Web3 space, he brought this case to me because he didn't live far from there. He's like, did you hear about this? He's like, what do you think? And I was like, what? And he sent it to me. I was like, holy shit, dude. He's like, right? She jumped out the fucking window. What's going on? And she killed the kids. I was like, dude, I don't know. And there we go. And so now I've learned more and more and more about it, right? I didn't jump in too deep during all the process over the years. I didn't want to know. I like not knowing some things. I like steering clear of a lot of the social media stuff if I feel like it's going to be an important case or important for certain reasons. I don't want to be influenced, right? It's kind of probably why I avoided a lot of that Turtle Boy stuff with Karen Reed. I didn't need all that influence I don't want a true crime influencer. If you're going to bring and shed light onto something, that's fantastic. Do that all day. But I can do without the mess, right? And I don't know how that train derailed, but it did. I didn't get into any of it, and I really have no comments about it. But yeah, it's a lot going on out there, guys. All right, y'all go and touch some grass. Grab a late lunch if you haven't grabbed any lunch yet. I grabbed a piece of cold pizza earlier. They brought in a bunch of pizza for the kiddos at lunch, and I snagged a piece earlier, and it wasn't that great, but I ate it. So I'm going to go touch grass, enjoy my outdoors for a few minutes. I'm going to get myself together for tonight's show and get everything out into the YouTube verse. Y'all watch out for your notifications. And if you're not doing anything later tonight, come back and kick it with us. Simi, I'll go check out the show. Sarge's show. Oh wait, it starts in 10 minutes. Okay, I forgot. You said he postponed. All right. Simi has dropped a link into it's Police Off the Cuff, guys. He is another channel that Simi mods for. He's a really nice guy. I don't know him, but I did watch his coverage during the Maddie Soto case, right? Because I was streaming, and he's a retired cop. and I just enjoyed his show. But I have to admit, haven't watched him in a while. So send me, I'll go join that show in the backyard while I decompress from my show, because I want to hear his take on it, considering we're doing a show tonight, right? All right, guys, y'all go over there and give Mr. Bill a look-see-loo and see if you like him. If you do, stick around. He's a nice guy. Thanks for sharing with us, Simi. And thank all of you. Thank this little community for being y'all. Man, y'all are amazing. Like, really, y'all make this worthwhile. I have no end game here. I've got no vision in my head about how this should go. I just wanted to come on the internet and talk to like-minded people about criminal cases, right? That's all I wanted to do. And so I appreciate all y'all who also enjoy that and keep coming back to watch the show. And thank y'all for joining the conversation when you do. We appreciate it. And if you just like to listen, we're cool with that as well. You'll come in when you feel comfortable. We don't want anybody feeling uncomfortable. No uncomfortableness here. We don't like it. All right, y'all go have a good one. I'll see you later.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love.